All right. Oh, snap. Global stop. Whoops. All right. Should be all good now. Hooray. Oh. Yeah, still. Always something. Go. Let there be light. Okay, so. Back into our 747 shenanigans. Now, what we wanted to do today, right up front, it's B for Boeing, or Batman. Batman? Can somebody tell me what kind of a world we live in? So let's take a look at this, the latest version of the passenger variant. Right, the wing tip. Let's take a look at what we can do here for the wing tip. Also, Christ, I forget the macro. Initiate camera rotation. We'll don a hat. I don't know what it is with my hair. The second that I put conditioner in it, like, it looks like crap for days. It feels really nice, but I swear I do not like the look of my hair when after I've done conditioner. So we'll just hat today. We'll hat past it. Okay, so the tip of the wing. How are we gonna go about this? You know what? I'll be damned. This is actually... Ooh. We'll have to redo the lights, but I'm cool with that. If we can get it to mesh up with the current wing setup, which it doesn't look like it's probably one of the best items in the game to try and do this. It's not a bad item for the task, so we're gonna just put this up here for the time being, as I want to try a few other things first. That'll probably be the one that we go with, though. So I can't... Like, this would probably be the next best thing, but I don't like that. If we could just kind of finish it off. Or winglet. Now this would be too small for a winglet. Now this is a canard, but we could use it like a wing tip piece all the same. We could just turn off the actualization. Sure, I like that one. I like the color, but... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Really. Yeah, I don't like that one all that much. And then there's the straight out. That's probably the most natural, because it's the right size of the wing. And yeah, this is probably the route we're gonna go. So I mean, it so naturally keeps that angle just perfectly. So okay. Now, we could... Here, go ahead and pull this wing back just a tiny bit so that we can get to our strobes and our nav lights. We'll just take these nav lights and the strobes and pull them out like such. Okay, and then put this wing back. Yeah, alright. And then go ahead and put the... You know what kind of sucks about the... Our strobe light now is not going to have any part to reflect off of, so it's not going to be as noticeable. But it'll still... I mean, it's there. It still is a thing, so... We'll be able to see it, it just won't be as cool. And the nav lights. It would seem that we need to come down the tiniest bit. Alright, that looks pretty decent. Probably want to get rid of these guys here, or actually even better yet, I would expect. Go ahead and grab that Elevon, bring it to the very edge, and then go ahead and grab one of these. Let's copy pasta one of these butter knives for right there. Not too bad. Go ahead and line that up a little bit better. Flip it into the other one first, and then there you go. Okay, and now we want to turn this off of roll, and this is on roll. Nice. Yeah, I like it. We're probably going to want to auto-strut that. Are any of these pieces? Yeah, okay, they are. Of course they are. Do we strut the butter knives? I don't think... Yeah, no, we don't. More lift. Well, let's go ahead and do a test with it and take a look. Simulator mode on. Yeah, I believe that's everything. Yeah, okay. Looks very nice. Okay, before start checklist. Alright, engine startup. Pushback clearance and taxi clearance. Runway clearance. And takeoff clearance. Alright, let's do it. Brakes off. Throttling up. V1, VR, rotating. Yeah, it's gonna have a lot better everything. That addition that we just put on there is gonna do wonderful things for the behavior of this vehicle. To do amazing things. We should probably limit the... Yeah, limit this authority on the roll. I don't know, 15 degrees? Yeah, 15 degrees seems good. Okay, we're over 10,000 feet now. Level it out and turn off the landing lights. Yeah, I was originally thinking that end of this, without the rounded part, that this was really going to jam up the look of the vehicle, but I was absolutely incorrect on that. It looks fantastic. How far away are we? Okay, 19 kilometers. Alright, getting lined up. Go ahead and get the landing lights. Them ready to come on. Kilometers away. Approaching 10,000 feet. Okay, we're under 10,000. Go ahead and turn on the landing lights. throttle back a bit here. We're at 10 kilometers away from the poppy. Slow this sucker down. Okay, we're 3 nautical miles away from the poppy now. Gear down, brakes on. Check the... We should do this before final approach. Make sure that the... Not wait till the very last second to check our spoiler cowl. We ought to do that. We ought to do that before we turn the lights on. The lights on should mean that we're pretty much ready at that point. Everything has been checked. Oh, too much. That was pretty decent. Damn, those spoilers really stand out now, too, against the new edge of the wing. It's, like, really, really obvious that we took the effort to put the touchdown spoilers and whatever. Okay, so the roll control, we want to trim that back to the 15. Other than that... I wanted to also see if we can get our strobes to strobe in a... like using a cowl to get them to actually strobe at two pulses per second. Like bang bang, bang bang. Bang bang. That's what I want the strobes to look like. That'd be cool if we can get them to do that. Yeah. What a fantastic vehicle we've got here. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's revert this back into the spaceplane hangar. And, we want to trim the roll and see if we can't fix our strobes, or make our strobes better. They're not exactly broken, they're just... would be nice to have them strobe properly. That would add a big effect. Now, let's go ahead and... This here to... yeah. Trim this one back to 15. Now that's deploy angle. We need this angle. Here we go. Okay, authority limiter, and then this piece here as well. Bring that to 15. There. Cool, cool. Go ahead and save that, and let's get ourselves a cowl. Hopefully things don't delete. Let me put this cowl on here somewhere. What do you think? How's this gonna need to go down? The strobe's toggle is already on. The blinking effect is already on. Which we actually might not even need. We might bypass the blinking effect and instead just off of this cowl. We're gonna have to change... Right, okay, so this cowl is going to have to be programmed through the other cowl to start play. Really? Now wait a minute. Okay, instead of adding a new cowl, how we could do this would be the... the takeoff clearance. Now this only consists of the strobes, right? No, it consists of the strobes and the wing scans. Maybe we should just have wing scans on their own, or just toggle them on if we want to scan the wings. Which one's which, anyway? Okay, so those are the... That's the takeoff. This is takeoff clearance, Jack. What the hell? We're not... I'm not looking for takeoff clearance. We're looking for runway clearance. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so that spot right there is actually kind of in the way. Yeah, just go ahead and get rid of that spot. Get that spot out of there. So, now what we want to do here is if we can take this down to a length of 1 second... And then, yeah, just go ahead and add on, off, on, off, and okay, so have this 0.1. Yeah, put that at 0.1 and 0.5. Now this one actually starts at 0.1, so that would be, this actually would need to be 0.6 if we want it to be 5. Okay, and then this right here would 20. Just go ahead and bring that to 21, that'll make more sense. Okay, and then this to 26, or 25, or 26, yeah, derp. Like that. So, there you go, there's... Supposedly that should work. Go ahead and copy pasta that into the rear nav light. Yeah, go ahead and paste that in there. And we want to take these lights and they no longer, we don't want blink on. We want blink off. That I do believe, and this cal here needs to go ahead and close that. It actually needs to continually run, so runway clearance we want to change it to loop repeat. Okay. Yeah, don't save that. Actually, we can save this, but we have to change the designation. So, this is now C1D. Save. Alright, let's take a look at it. Okay, what we're here to see is the runway clearance. Hit it. Okay, so it's playing. It's working. But it's actually... it's backwards. It needs to be off more often than it's on. So we have it... hold on a second here. I thought it was on off. On off. So it should be off most of the time, but it's... we obviously got it wrong. Open up the editor. If it's off, then this would be on off, on off. But that's absolutely not how it looks like it's playing. It's like it's on most of the time. If we add 1 point, will that solve it? Yeah, but it's... what's wrong with our brain? Why isn't this working the way that we should? There's one more pulse in there than we want. What the hell's going wrong here? How could it not be on off unless we have it on? Off, on. Okay, take that piece, take that out. Now it's on. Continue the play. There you go. That's how it should look. So, yeah, we'll have to turn it on in the VAB. They'll have to be just steady on in the VAB, and then when we toggle the runway clearance, then they'll actually strobe properly. Sweet! Dude, that is so cool. This one back here is actually now opposite. That's so weird. Is it? See there? Oh, wait. No, this is actually still backwards for some reason. Only because it doesn't have enough time to... go ahead and turn the light on and then do it. I mean, that looks more legit. This one for sure. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do, because that's absolutely how that's supposed to look. Brilliant. Okay, take it back into the VAB and save. We need to turn those strobes on, but they won't be strobing. They'll just be on, so that the cal actually works the way that you would think that it works. Like, I still don't get why it's... I can't get my head around why it's doing it the way that it is. It should be on. It doesn't... I mean, on. Yeah, I can't get my brain around it. But it works so long as we have it on first. Yeah, that works for me. Screw it. Just turn them on. That'll solve the problem, then. Let's do it. Cool. So, our strobes now work. That is super cool. And they pulse at the proper time. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with our beacon lights as well. Now, the beacon's the before start checklist. Essentially the same kind of getup. We'll put 2 pulses. Go ahead and make this a 1-second cal, and get 2 pulses, 2 pulses, like that. And those will have to be on in the VAB too in order to get them to pulse properly. So go ahead and bring this down to... How did we do this? It was 0.1. Maybe we should just copy pasta the other cal. Nah, we can do this. Bring this to 5, and then... that would be 11. And then 20. 1 to 26. Is that how we did it on the other one? It was 1 to 6 and then 20 to 26. 21 to 26. Okay. Yeah, 1 to 6 and 21 to 26. There we go. Okay, now copy that. Paste it into the bottom dome light. And close that cal. Now we also need to change it to a loop. Repeat that. Okay, and save. Sweet. Let's check out our new lights. Yeah. Then we got to make these changes to our latest version of the freight variant. But won't be too difficult. Pretty simple changes. Okay, show me the before start. Oh, that's right. We forgot to turn them on in the VAB. Durr. I'm such a fool. That's right. They need to be on for the strobe to actually work the way that it's intended. Oh, Christ. And then we also have to turn off the blink. Okay, yeah, we really botched that. Hello. eye roll. Really, dude? Okay, so the blink needs to be off and the light needs to be on in the VAB. And the blink off and the lights on. Okay, save that. Now it should work. Sweet, proper strobes. That is pretty freaking dope. That's gonna look damn crispy at night when we're flying. That's gonna be, that's one of those effects that's definitely going to stand out, I feel. Okay, before start. Yeah, it's okay. It's definitely flashing as intended. The bottom doesn't look right. Okay, the bottom is, we've got a glow around it, which is, I mean, that's good, but yeah, it's absolutely strobing as intended. So that's pretty sweet. Okay, push back taxi clearance. Okay, runway clearance. Cool. Takeoff clearance. Sweet, let's do it. Let's do a little flight here. Brakes off. Throttling up. V1, VR, rotate. Gear up. Oh, dude, those strobes. They're so good. Yes! The roll is nice and clean, doesn't feel too overpowered. Need another hand for this. This is where having like the pedals for the rudder would be fabulous. We're 13 kilometers. No, we're 18 kilometers away from the Poppy. So, got ourselves a nice little amount of time. We're 10,000 feet. We need to click on those landing lights. Check the spoiler. Okay, the spoiler's ready to go. Yeah, we keep waiting until the last second to do that. We should do that before we get to 10,000 feet. Okay, we're 3 nautical miles, gear down, brakes on. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm almost overran. Still, not a bad landing, per se. A little bit close to the edge, but, yeah, I like it. It flies very nice. And those strobes are epic. What? That's not how we wanted that to go down, actually. Extend those. Yeah, that's not how this is supposed to go. We go reverse on this, and then we toggle the touchdown key so that the engines retract and the spoilers retract, and then we change this back to forward, and it's ready to go again. That's how that needs to go down. And then we would go through, let's see, this is actually something we haven't yet touched on. So after the touchdown, after we're stopped, we would want to turn on the runway turn-off lights, and the landing lights, we could go ahead and turn those off. Runway clearance lights need to go ahead and turn off. And then the pushback taxi lights should be on, which they are. They're part of the front. And now when we steer either port or starboard, the turn-off lights should automatically turn on for whichever side. In fact, we got the blue light. You can see the blue glow there. I still don't know what that's all about, but with that on, it's an indicator that the runway turnoff lights are actually active and should be working. Oh, they're backwards. How did that happen? We fixed that. No, wait. That's right. I'm a fool. Yeah, that's right. They're correct, bro. Okay, brakes off. No, that's absolutely correct. That's pretty fucking sweet. That is a great feature. I love it. Oh man, that beacon light too. I wish it was a bit larger. Yeah, well. You know what I also want to do? I don't want the turning. Can we limit the turning on this? I can't. Steering enabled. Steering direction. I would like to have a slider for the amount of turn that we get out of it, out of the front wheel. We're gonna need a cowl for that. Pretty sure we're gonna need a cowl for that. Okay, well let's go back into the VAB and see if we can't come up with a cowl for that. And of course we gotta remember all of these changes because we need to add them all to the freight variant. So I think this will be the last change that we make before we bring all these changes to the freight variant. Steering. Yeah, that will be a good thing, actually. No doubt. Toggle steering, friction. Oh, we don't have any option for the amount of steering that we get. Really? Well, that kind of sucks. Yeah. Well, shit. That really sucks. Very disappointed. Well, we can go ahead and get rid of that cow then. Won't need it. And this vehicle is effectively done. Swear it. Yeah, everything here is finished. It's good stuff. So, go ahead and open up the freight variant of it. Last freight variant. The ISRU. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, might as well do it with the ISRU. I don't see any reason why we would not want to do it with this one. It's effectively the next mission vehicle right here. Okay, go ahead and drag these out. Okay, well, we're gonna want to turn this blink off. Actually, it needs to be on, and then the light needs to be on. Same thing for this one in the back. Turn the blink off and the lights on. Alright, now we need to do the wing. So, what part was it that we used? I believe this is it. Okay, and then we grabbed this piece right here, pulled it over to the very edge like so, and then we copied a butter knife off of that. Okay, now this needs to answer to roll at 15 degrees. Oh, right, okay, it's already answering to roll. This needs to not answer to roll. Okay, and this one here, we want to nerf this down to 15 degrees as well. Alright, so there's the new wing area. Looks like it's a little bit low, doesn't it? Alright, let's go ahead and realign the lights. Okay, it looks, I don't know, is that one edge? Yeah. we'll keep it right there. That looks alright. Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, and now the strobes. So that's the runway clearance. Okay, now the runway clearance, we turned off we removed the wing scan lights. Yeah, these guys here. Why do we have 3 of these? Because it's symmetry. Why is that? What's the third one? Yeah, this is incorrect somehow. Because it's in symmetry. We only need 2 of these, so... Alright, now... The toggle needs to start on this at 0.1, and then another one at 0.6. Is that right? Okay. Change this to 1. Yeah, it needs to be 0.6, and then bring this to 0.1. There you go. And then 20... or 21 to 26. Like that. Okay, now copy pasta. Close that out. And that's the strobes. Now the before start, we want to strobe them as well. 1 second intervals. Give us a point at 0.1 to 0.6, and then 0.21 to 0.26. Like that. Okay, copy that and paste it into the bottom dome. Close that, and we want to change these cals so that the before start is a loop, and the runway clearance is a loop. Like that. Okay, let's change the designation of this. This is C1C ISRU. New wing tips, new roll control, new strobes. Am I forgetting anything? Can't think of anything. You know, something we can add to this model right here is the Boeing logo. Now that we know that we actually have one. Go ahead and take the FedEx logo, and we're gonna go aft with that to like just in front of the wing. Yeah, like this. That should look pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, pretty much just right in front of the wing. Maybe a little bit more back like that. Okay, and then the Boeing logo. Like such. Okay, now we take this side over here, and it needs to come out of symmetry. Flip it around, like that. Sweet! So we got the new wingtip. Oh, right. We need to auto-strut that wingtip. Okay, so the new wingtip, we got the new roll control, we've got the new strobing system. Got a new logo. Oh, the beacons need to be blink off and lights on. Blink off and lights on as well. Okay, save that. Let's take a look at what we got here. Yeah, this is in fact well, it's not the next mission, but this is an upcoming mission, the payload in this thing right here, so this will be a very valid test. Okay, so before start, oh, that's another thing I'm seeing here. Huh. I'm shocked that these pieces are a thing, but we need to correct all that crap. But let's check out what we've done so far. So the before start. Okay, the beacons are flashing properly. Yep, looks good. Pushback, taxi, clearance. Still works. Okay, runway clearance. It's the new second strobe system. Looks right. Yep, looking good. Vehicle sliding a bit here. Let's fix that. Friction on this. Friction off on that. 1. VR. Rotate. Gear. Oh, wow. Yeah, feeling the power of those new wingtips. They are very nice. Oh, SAS, that's why. Okay. Like, why is this thing kind of rolling and doing weird stuff here? I have SAS on, that's why. Okay. Approaching 10,000 feet. Lights off. Boy, the play on that was really slow. And it stands to reason that it would be, because we've got 2 cows now that are controlling the strobe. And so that's quite a lot of like Kerbal computing power dedicated to like the cow play system. 2 cows playing in 1-second intervals. So it stands to reason that the other systems are going to be a little bit slower. I think it's totally worth it though, to get a proper strobe effect. Totally worth it. Ain't she glorious? The new wingspan. That is one mighty bird. Okay, now we need to get into this habit. Check the spoiler before we turn on the lights. Okay, and yes, it's good. Okay, now approaching 10,000 feet. Faster on that. Let's slow down. Alright, 10,000 feet, go ahead and turn on the lights. 13 kilometers away, yeah, we're good. Good shape. Good shape. 230 meters a second. this vehicle. Definitely feel the difference in the weight distribution of this vehicle versus the passenger variant. Passenger variant's much nicer. This is actually fighting me a little bit. Okay, we're 3 nautical miles away. Gear down. Brakes on. .70 meters a second. Yeah, it's way heavier. In fact, we would have been throttled way back at this point on the passenger variant and going much faster. So, gotta be careful here. 60 meters a second. Okay, go ahead and bring it back a little bit. Alright, go ahead and cut the throttle. And flare. Whoa. Okay, touchdown. Oof. We got a flame out on one of our engines because we weren't going fast enough to supply it with oxygen. But anyway, it was a clean landing with the exception of the... Yeah. Did I add... One of these planes, we added a couple of intakes. We clipped them into the wing. Yeah, this one has them. They're actually facing the wrong way. What the? No, they're not. No, they're not. Okay, so yeah, and they're absolutely working, even though they're clipped inside of the wing. Now, the reason we did this is, again, kind of the scale issue. But yeah, they do work. That's really worrying that our engine flamed out there when we were in retro thrust. That. I mean, we were able to save it, and it only happened like right at the end, so I guess that's something that we just need to kind of bear in mind when after we touch down and we're ready to slow down, that at some point we want to throttle back, obviously. So yeah, we'll just know to throttle back sooner. We can't come to a full stop, nor would you want to come to a full stop. We just want to use the retro thrusters to slow us down to maybe 30 meters a second. Well, okay, let's go ahead and bring this back into the VAB, and so what do we need here? The staging stuff. Let's fix all of that garbage. So go to this Structural pylon, take that out of staging. Get this out of staging. Get the fairing out of staging. Get this fairing out of staging. And we've got some... What is this? Oh, that's the other side. The structural pylon's on the other side. Okay, go ahead and get that out of there. And that out of there. Okay, we still got one more piece, and it looks like the forward decoupler. Take that out of staging. There we go. All clean. Save. And this actually... Yeah, we have the... Have the bleed valve already on it. I think that's it. I think this is all up to date. Did we get new... Yeah, we got the new landing lights on here, yeah. Boa. Bomb Boa. How's it going? What's up, dude? Hello, hello?
G'day, cobber.
So what do we want to do here? Without a hub, we still can't do any kind of construction. We really need to build the hub. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, I guess. We're done with the model, with the vehicle as it sits, and so let's go ahead and grab the current payload, ISRU payload, pull it out of there. And we need to make... We need to build a hub. So, let's see. How do we want to go about this? We need a structural piece, perhaps. That four-way... Here's a four-way piece that we could use. Is this planetary base mod? Yeah, that's one of the mods that we use. We don't use many mods, but that'd be one of them that we do not live without. Go ahead and start with the docking adapter. Sure, that'll work. Go ahead and start with this. Alright, so what we're doing right now, we're building a payload for the outpost that's on or at the North Pole. Very modest little collection of stuff right there. Okay, and Now this isn't, we're not actually going to have this like this, but just put these docking ports on here to fill it out real quick, and then we'll move on from here. So that's essentially what we have to have. So let's go ahead and remove this docking port here and continue building this way. Another thing that we're going to want to have is a nice little cabinet. For the cabinet, where are those pieces? They should be under payload, right? Okay. So if we can get one of these in here and that back on. We want some... Ooh, I exploded. How about we need... Where is it? Where are those parts? Here we go. 2-part cabinet piece and... electricity. Got the electricity. Possibly more. Yeah, we could go ahead and put another ore tank on here for the drilling operations. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Or batteries, actually. Batteries are probably going to be the most important thing to have so that the drilling operations can maintain through the night. So let's do that. I expect that's probably going to be the most valuable resource. Okay, so a cabinet, we got some more electricity. Still got a little bit more room. How about we copy pasta this one more time like this? Get rid of this cabinet and get more batteries. Like that and that. Okay, put the docking port back on it. And the other thing that this module here is going to need to do, its big function is it needs to have lots of cooling ability. So thermal, see if we can get the largest thermals. Oh, that, well, we still can. This piece right here can connect radially. Is there a node? Generally there's like a node on the top of these. Nope. No node for us. Okay, well, whatever. I just like to know that the piece we're connecting to is the piece we think we're connecting to. Like right there, yeah. That ought to work. Sure, it's clear of all of the docking stuff. That looks fantastic. Alright, big cooling, much electricity, very module. We're gonna need some way to control. No, we're not. We've got the probe core right there. Okay, so we've got the control under control. Now, the next thing it's gonna need are some feet. Let's get some Q-box. And look at that, there are nodes. It just wasn't giving us the option for the nodes with the thermal piece. It's kind of a jip, but whatever. So get ourselves some Q-box off of the bottom here, right here, and we get the luxury of being able to. Nope, we have to move some of these. Okay, go ahead and pull those over to the edge like we wanted to just go ahead and snap them on, but whatever. Let's go like that. Looks good. Oh, and just to be sure that this is on the level, get one strut from here to there, like that. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, once all that's done, we need to have some sort of autonomous controls for for the vehicle or the module to drive around like a vehicle. So we get some Q-box off like this, and then we get those little rover wheels. These guys. Like that. Square them up a little bit. Uh-oh. Oh, that's right. Okay. Never mind. Okay, go ahead and pull this out and square up those wheels a little bit. Oh, that looks right. Okay. And get another set. Close enough for government work. Okay, go ahead and pull this to the front. And let's get one more set. Okay, something like that ought to work fine. Maybe a little bit more right there, perhaps. Okay, and then the forward ones are gonna need just a little bit of feels good struts. From there to there. Everything else should be fine. Okay, go ahead and pull these wheels right here a little bit back like that. Beautiful, beautiful. That is about the maximum length of our payload. Okay, go ahead and retract these wheels. And pull this thing back into the payload bay. Yeah, looks fine. Should be fine. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's save this new project here as the hub. Alright, let's see if it all works. Just started using Planetary Base mod. It's a good, I mean, it's a pretty solid mod in that, like, I normally don't download part mods per se, but those parts, the rounded top and the flat bottom, those pieces, there's so many ways, so many different things that you can use those on. Like, the shape is so necessary, especially in the International Space Station. Like, that shape is absolutely perfect for the truss. Yeah, let's just go ahead and see if we can actually extract it for starters. So go ahead and open the nose. Okay, unlock the payload. And push. So far, so good. Pushing straight forward, uniform. Don't do anything wacky. Straight on out. Uh-oh. Oof. Had an extra stutter there for a minute that was indicative of something breaking, but nothing broke. Everything's fine. It was just a heavy stutter is all. Not to worry. And there we go. We've got it under control. So far, so good. we'll say that we wanted to set it right here. And leave us a little bit. Don't want to take it all the way to the ground. Alright, and go ahead and let go of it right there. Fancy. Now we want to be very careful with the negotiating the trolley out of the way with this payload, because those radiators are really fragile. Okay, is that past it now? I think so. Very nice. Success! So payload on the ground and all of that. Go ahead and switch over to it. And it might actually, should react to gear down. Yeah, it surely does. Cool. And ready for installing. So then we go and line it up with the other stuff and get it installed. Easy peasy. Easy clap. And then we can go ahead and set it down, of course. That is part of the docking process. And then once it's on the ground, we can, with this thing here, yeah. We're going to want to remove the landing gear at some point. Just like all of the module pieces, we have this landing gear pieces and stuff that we'll just have to remove those. Oh! We have the cabinets, but we did not put the parts in them for the cabinet that we need. We need screwdrivers and stuff like that, so. But yeah, everything works. Everything works and is ready to go. Yeah, those parts. So inventory. Here's what we need is wrenches, screwdrivers, explosives. And why not? We'll load it down with some beers and some snacks, food. There we go. I'm also curious about the new stock inventory system. Does this piece here have... No, the crossway does not have anything special about it. It's simply a structural piece and nothing more. Storage unit. Yeah, I'm curious about the... We may make another module with the stock inventory system, but we're not going to deal with it on this module. This module is what it is. Well, we need to see if we can actually fly with it. That's the next test, I guess. So go ahead and save that where we are, and... Test flight! Okay, let's do a full run through of these systems. So, before start, engine startup, pushback clearance, taxi clearance, runway clearance, takeoff clearance. Brakes off, throttling up. V1, VR, rotating, gear up, okay, 10,000 feet. Go ahead and turn off the lights. Okay, check the cowl first. Alright. Spoiler is ready. Approaching 10,000 feet. Twelve kilometers away now. And throttle back. 10,000 feet. Landing lights on. I don't want to kill all of it. In fact, this vehicle probably needs a bit. A little bit of throttle. Okay, 3 nautical miles, gear down, brakes on. .85 meters a second. Oh, flared too much. Okay, down we are. Down we are. Oh, we're gonna overrun. Slow down. Okay. Yeah, we flamed out on the... on engine number, what would this be? How do they count that off? Is it like 1, 2, 3, 4? So engine 2. Or actually from port to starboard. So that would actually be engine 3. I have no idea. Anyway, this engine over here flamed out. I have a real problem with that on touchdown. Yeah, well, everything works. Fuel. Let's see here. Delta V status. 2 hours, 14 minutes after that little jaunt that we went on. Should be able to make it to the North Pole. I don't see that there's anything else that we need to do. All the systems are up and running. So let's do it. Live mode on. So that's our crew going to fly with this this new module out to the North Pole. Alright, so before start, engine start. Hello everybody, this is your captain speaking. We're just about to push back from the gate here momentarily and get underway for this 747 flight to the North Pole. Expedition number 2, welcome aboard. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. That's fun. Okay, pushback clearance. Runway clearance. Takeoff clearance. Alright, we are cleared for takeoff. Brakes off, and here we go. Second live mode flight. Actually, this will be the third live mode flight of the 747. V1, VR rotating. Gear up. We're airborne. Okay, approaching 10,000 feet. Lights off. Alright, we can level out and get into our flight path now. Hang on. Port side turn here. We head for the gap. There we go. Let's get ourselves some autopilot over here. And we want to maintain a flight altitude of 7 kilometers. Set that in there. Vertical speed plus or minus, bring that to 1 meter per second. Set that, and hold heading of 0. Set that. Due north. Heading. Altitude. Engage. Captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. None of you can escape. Don't even try to escape. You have nowhere to run. This is your captain speaking. Our flight time today will be just a little over 1 hour. There is no need to panic. Pretty smooth vehicle there. What the hell? Our starboard side nav light is gone. Port side is there. Oh, I am such a fool. You know what? I'll bet that we made the same mistake on our passenger vehicle too. The passenger variant. Because in order to separate the colors, you have to remove them from symmetry. So, that was foolish of me. So yeah, the green nav light is probably still right in here. If we clip the camera into the wing, yep, there it is. Sure enough, that needs to get moved to the outside of the starboard wing. Whoops. Skeeter, 22-month resub. Thank you for that. How's it going, Skeeter? Holy cow, did you see that Kerbal get launched out of the apparatus with that last helmet? Like, boom! Holy cow! He got catapulted. He got utterly launched out of there at like warp speed. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, here we are on a 747 flight. Actually, even better yet, right? Why don't we... This is your captain speaking. There is no need to panic. Welcome aboard this 747 freight flight to the North Pole outpost. This is the third live flight of the 747 in all of its different forms. We now have two, the freight and the passenger version. That's pretty cool. I like it. Let's see here, we're about, we got quite a long ways to go. We haven't even made the first mountain range, and the gap. We're looking for, there's a nice, beautiful gap that's, if we've got everything lined up properly, we'll be able to travel right through that gap and not have to fly over the mountains. We'll fly through the mountains. We've still got a ways to go. We're actually making really good speed. We're 266 meters a second, so it's hauling ass. And yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Captain out. Peace out. Gotta fix that nav light. The FAA is gonna shut us down. They're gonna ground this plane for sure, for sure. I see something else that I mean, yeah, we probably should put a port side facing door on this variant as well. The only way to get in and out of this vehicle is to actually open the nose and climb out through the cockpit like that way. But we probably should put ourselves a legit door. That's really heavy. I mean, it's a landing can. We'll use the landing can door just like we do on the passenger variant, but on this variant it's gonna be kind of a big thing because like it's already extremely heavy. So we'll be adding that much more dry mass to this thing. Have to do it though. There's really no way around it. Gonna have to do it. Kind of seeing in my head if we did something a little different with these fairings, we could clip out the edge of the base. So if this fairing here we started and we took it out and then brought it flat so that it was a little bit beveled and a bottleneck right here out, just to make the fairing larger than this base diameter. And then it comes back in, it tapers back in, and the taper would clip in, like this piece here would clip all the way into the taper, completely clip the taper out of the equation, and then do basically the same thing with this fairing, bring it out, and then taper it into a nose cone. And with that, then we could tape both tapering pieces would clip through. The aft end would have to clip into this piece here in order to clip away this edge or that bevel. Well, this wouldn't work. We would need, yeah, these pieces would have to be a scale up. Otherwise, it would very clearly. As so long as the top edge is flat. I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't quite look right, would it? This aft part would have to be larger somehow. Yeah, that would pretty much spoil the whole deal. We would have to get really clever with the back in order to get it clipped in all properly. I think we could do it, but it would have to get, it could get kind of wacky. But yeah, this fairing base is not really a big deal, but this one here is really obnoxious. What am I doing? Yeah, we don't need to use that size of fairing base to get that fairing. No, we don't. Oh, okay, I am a fool. Here's what we're going to do. Instead of using this size of fairing, we're going to use a smaller fairing base and then just have it flange out to this size. And presto, this piece will clip away. It will clip inside of the vehicles. Yeah, that will work great. Absolutely. Yeah. There you go. Nice. Better nose cone. Get rid of this fairing base clipping through. That's easy enough. Groove salad. That will work. Thumbs up. We'll have to incorporate that, of course. Here's the thing about the 747 models that we're working on here is that we've got the freight version and the passenger version, and you know, we have to keep up with any changes from one to the other. But such is the nature of the project. We are, in fact, they are two vehicles. They are very separate and distinct. Although the same framework for the body and the flight characteristics, basically, the shape of the outside essentially remains the same. There's still a lot of differences on the inside. Enormous. I see the gap. The gap is ahead of us. Our Delta V status. 3 hours, 20 minutes flight time. Should be more than enough. Not enough to get everybody back, but we know what we need to do if we want to do that. Easy enough. We just fly a passenger, long-range passenger 747 on out to pick these guys up and fly them back. Easy peasy. It's already in the bank. Common standard operating procedures. Easy peasy. This should be pretty cool. So we have everything on board now, and actually begin the assembly of the outpost itself. We've got a so these guys will stay at the outpost for a little while. We'll eventually fly them home. but they will have all the facilities will be open to them. They've got their own housing units. Greenhouse is there, and this piece here actually, well, we don't have the drills yet. I mean, we have the module built for the drills and everything, but they're not. They'll have to be the next flight. But yeah, we'll have housing and food. Housing, food, electricity, and the cooling unit. We don't need to use the cooling unit yet, but it'll be all waiting for the drills and the ISRU for the next flight. And then we won't even have to send a passenger variant to pick these guys up and take them home, because we will, they'll have living quarters there for a modest time, and they'll be able to generate their own fuel. We'll just refuel this and fly it home once it's back to full. Actually, won't even need to be full because we won't be carrying any payload in it. It'll be empty, so it'll be super light. Should be able to get really good time. Going really, really fast. Take us a fraction of the fuel to get back. Yeah, so one more flight and we essentially open up a whole new flight route. Instead of going, being all dependent off of the Space Center for our fuel, we get this flight here landed and set up, and the next flight out landed and set up, and there you go. We will actually have a fully functioning airport at that point. It's a big boy you got there. Well, it's big-ish. I mean, it's a 747. But I've seen some people that go to when their models of the 747 are gigantic. Like, they go with the exceedingly big scale parts. But yeah, as far as the model's concerned, and it's pretty legit to the real deal, I would say. Sure is a beast. I like it. I like it too. I like it because it's fully functioning. It's absolutely relevant in that it's a tool for greater things. It's not just a plane that can carry people. We've got a freight route now for the building of an outpost, and this thing is totally capable and already well on its way to building the outpost single-handedly, and this is way funner than the outpost that we had created prior. Our outpost here, Jeb's Junkyard Airport, and the Mercury Theater Airport right here, those were not fun to build. We had a lot of misfortune during all of that, but this this setup with the 747 going up to the North Pole, building up there, far more level-headed. It's far more legit. It's just all around better. Good times. Good times, man. This is your captain speaking. Good times may be now had by all. There is no need to panic. Question, why are you building an outpost in Antarctica? Well, Antarctica is actually south. We're going north. But there are several reasons. One, for science, and I don't just mean the Kerbal science. I mean for the pursuit of exploration to places we have never been. And that's a very relevant goal. So that's one, and the second reason is it's very flat. Now, base building is extremely hard to do, especially on Kerbin, because of the gravity and the terrains. Even if you find an area that is pretty flat, it's not flat, and that causes a lot of problems when you're trying to build buildings, such as airports and whatnot. So up here, the area is very, very flat. It's like a frozen lake almost, just about. And so landing and taking off with legit aircraft like this is totally doable. I mean, it's absolutely a very legitimate goal. So that's second reason why we've decided to go to the North Pole. And the third reason is the next goal, of course, is with the outpost and colonizations is to utterly conquer the planet, and we're judging that we are that we have conquered the planet when we can fly a plane all the way around the planet with the, legitimately, not with some absurd hack-sword vehicle that is cheaty as all hell. I want it to be legit that, okay, you could fly with this plane to this airport, refuel, from that airport to that airport, refuel, and so on, and get a whole 360, all the way around the planet flight, and an all the way around the planet flight polar. So an equatorial flight around the planet, I would say would be phase 1 in conquering the planet, and phase 2 is a polar flight. If you can do that, I would say you have conquered the planet. You've got a network set up that you've got a worldwide infrastructure at that point. And that's really our ultimate goal for Kerbin. So yeah, the North Pole, very good choice. South Pole, of course, we're going to do the same thing down there. It should be just as fun, just as good. Alright, we're through the gap, which means we're halfway there. Or a little bit more than halfway there. Yeah, we'll also have an infrastructure set up if we so want to do it, and we're, you know, interested and in the spirit of the season when the season happens. We do have a Santa's sleigh that we could take to the North Pole. I mean, we will obviously have a network set up for getting vehicles to and from, so, like, why not? That's all a matter of how we feel when December rolls around. We want to do that. It was a pretty interesting project. I mean, it was a pretty elegant looking sleigh creation that we had made. It was VTOL, of course. VTOL sleigh with robotic reindeer. We were originally intending to launch it into an orbit and circle the planet, but that failed. That was, yeah, it crashed and burned something hard. It could have made it. It had the capability of making it. We just didn't know how to fly it properly. I mean, well, we knew how to fly it. We just weren't skilled enough in the techniques of flying it to be successful at flying it. Yeah, that could be fun if people are so interested in doing cheesy shit like that. Sun's setting. There it goes. This is your captain speaking. If you look off the port side of the aircraft, you can see the sun setting. There is no need to panic. I'm curious how this thing is going to look when we are able to clip away this fairing base, or how that's all going to pan out when we try that. I expect it should look pretty damn good. We should be able to achieve essentially the same exact thing, only this will be gone. It just won't be there. .262 meters a second. How's our fuel status? Still got 2 hours, 28 minutes flight time. We're over halfway to our objective. Right there's where we're going. I wonder if Scott Manley would find this kind of funny. That we've got a FedEx logo on our plane. Saw a tweet from him not too long ago where FedEx had taken a package and just left it at the end of the street. Taken one of his packages that were, you know, supposed to go to him at his house and left it at the end of the street. Now that's like, what? At the end of the street? Like, yeah. That's bizarre. Not far to go now. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I wish we could get more visual effects like the strobe, larger, like a larger area. Right, those. These are the pieces that you want to use for that. Just, be happy with what we've got. It's cool, dude. Absolutely cool. Oh, there's the Arctic Ocean. Cheers. Yeah, I was just thinking another module that we're probably going to want to send out is simply a large tank. A very large liquid fuel tank for, well, for refueling and to be kind of a depot for the drills in the ISRU. So as we drill and we get ore and convert it into fuel, that we have a large depot that can constantly be like a little trickle bank. And the way that we'll use that is very similar to how we would transfer fuel from one vehicle to another. Basically, we would turn off any fuel that we want to keep and then dump all the rest of the fuel via one of these drain valves and calculate how much we actually dumped and then use HyperEdit, which we still haven't gone and downloaded yet. But yeah, we would use HyperEdit to actually add that much fuel to what other vehicle that would, and that would be the transfer method. Rather than going through all of the nasty all of the crap trying to hook a hose from one vehicle to another or to a building to a vehicle and just fuck that nonsense. If it all worked the way that physics actually does work, then it would be amazing. But, man. Trying to get that to work in Kerbal Space Program is nothing short of an absolute test of patience. Fuel status, hour and 43 minutes. That's oodles. What's funny about that? That's not funny. This is your captain speaking. That was not funny. I was just thinking I would like to get a Sikorsky S-43 up here to land so that we could, do an amphibious landing over here so that we could take a look at this island safely. But man, it's a pretty tall order to ask a prop plane to fly this far in one go. We really need to set up some sort of place that's a little bit closer. Huh. Oh, yeah, that was a thought that we were starting to cultivate. The idea of making an amphibious airport. Now, if we do something like that, if we made an amphibious airport on pontoons, we could put one like either over here or possibly up here It's not too far. I can see us getting a prop plane over here. Like, definitely could get a prop plane over there. Up here is a little bit pushing it, perhaps. Well, maybe not. That's not too far. About halfway. Yeah, right on the other side of those mountains. We would need to find Yeesh. We're gonna have to send a prop plane over here and see if we can find a gap that we could utilize in order to set up an airport down there, a pontoon airport for amphibious planes. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. Pontoon airport, guys. Kerbal constructs? Nope.
I bet those cops have got some mods. See mods?
That there is a list of our mods. Was an idea for doing a floating airport. Well, you shouldn't need a mod for it. I don't see any reason why you would need a mod to do a floating airport. Oh, there's our outpost. Let's get ourselves a little starboard side, or port side turn, rather. Craft and water like to float. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pieces that shouldn't float that absolutely float. And so getting things to float is generally not all that difficult. And I mean, for the most part, the base itself would be, I mean, it would be relevant in our playthrough. But don't need to be in the Kerbal physics Like, we can fudge little crap about fuel transferring and stuff like that to just make it happen. So it's otherwise it's relevant, but it's essentially nothing more than, or it need be nothing more than, a cosmetic sort of base that can float, and that's really all there is to it. Some place that we can land near and kind of pull up next to and get ourselves a little cooldown timer that's showing us getting refueled, that kind of thing. That's really all that we need. I think we could do a really nice, cool looking floating base. It'd be really cool if we could like make palm trees, really deck it out with like the poolside bar and everything that the Kerbals can lounge while their plane is being serviced and fueled and whatnot. That'd be sick. Would even allow fuel production. I would make fuel production a thing. I would allow it. Yes, absolutely. Whether or not we could actually get like the drills or whatever to sink into the ground to actually pull ore and all of that really doesn't matter. Like I said, we can fudge that. We can take that as read that it does work and just go forward, right? Nothing wrong with that. As long as we make the visual effort, like there has to be drills there has to be tanks for the drills, and so on and so on and so on. The facilities have to actually work. Guess you could anchor with using a terrain grabber. Terrain grabber. No. Yeah, I wouldn't even do that at all. That would actually be ill-advised, in my opinion. Just a nice floaty base should be fine. Keep it out at sea. Keep it offshore, well offshore. There was I think in the next patch, there's supposed to be a ground anchor unit. Like there's supposed to be. They've been working on that kind of thing for a long time. They've been trying to conquer that problem of being able to have a thing that anchors to the ground and it does work. Like everything to this point that I've tried or seen any kind of attempts made to that effect, it's always failed. Even modded versions of trying to make an anchor to the ground has never worked. Alright, well let's go ahead and start our descent. Let's get ourselves something like, I don't know, 30 meters a second down. Get us down to 10,000 feet. back a little bit here. "16 kilometers out now. "93 meters a second. Okay, we're approaching 10,000 feet. Okay, leveling out. Close enough. Landing lights on. Autopilot off. 8 kilometers out. Okay, 3 nautical miles, gear down, brakes on, check the cow. Yep, okay. "170 meters a second. 700 meters. Render distance. Render distance. 160 meters a second. 400 meters. And 40 meters a second. Cut the throttle. Alright, flare. Ooh. Come on, baby. Touchdown. Alright. Touchdown spoilers. The hell? Spoilers. Uh-oh. The spoilers did not activate. But that's okay. The engines are good. Whoa, whoa. Okay, we flamed out. Ooh, that was, yikes. A little bit of issues here. Why did our spoilers not activate? The cow, you know what? Did it delete our cow? It did. Damn. I hate that when that happens. Also, these cows shut off. Did they just get deleted too? I hope all of our cows didn't just get deleted. This one is still playing. The before start is still playing, although it's not actually doing anything because it got deleted. Yep. Look at that. Oh, weak sauce. Yeah, it looks as though all of our cows got deleted. It must have happened when we come into render distance of all the stuff over there. That's a damn shame. Well, whatever. We have to rebuild our cows to do whatever we need to do with those. It is what it is. Anyway. Oh, turn on the runway turn-off lights. Now that's actually, yeah, that's broken too. Everything's broken. Damn it. FAA, don't find me. It's not my fault. Okay, coming back into render distance now. And this 747 is going to put the one that's out here to shame. So this one is way superior. Should possibly submit a bug report for that. Yeah. We don't submit reports. I really just don't have the time for that kind of thing. And I don't know. I don't really feel... I can't imagine how they've got time to be combing through that kind of stuff either, to be honest. I feel as though my report, if I did make it, would fall on deaf ears, is basically what I'm saying. So, why bother? But yeah, that's a nasty little bug right there. We've encountered it several different ways. Just deletes all your cowl's information. If I were a Kerbal Space Program, in other words, if I were the code to Kerbal Space Program, why would I delete a cow? I would probably delete a cow because the identifier for the cow is gotten replicated. In other words, if this plane over here has a cow on it that is designated as part 001, and another part of this, you know, another cowl over here designated 001, when they came into render distance, I would cancel each other out because I didn't know which one was actually the real thing. Okay. And the programming for it. Oh, hold on. These ones? Did these... Yeah, it killed all of them, actually. Okay. At one point, the lock of the nose and the rotor of the nose was not affected, but at this time it absolutely was. It deleted everything. Dude, this project is sick. This is so freaking cool. Bruh. Might be cool to disassemble those planes and use them for parts of the other equipment. Yeah, I'd had that sort of scheme a while back with another outpost. Of not tearing apart planes, as we didn't use planes to build the outpost. It was on another planet, so it was tear down the lander and make a bar out of it, kind of thing. And yeah, that can be a really fun project. Make like a shanty town. So, what we need to do here is we need to find our servos inside the nose so that we can unlock them. Where the hell are they? There they are. Now, hopefully they unlock in a symmetrical way. There's two of them. Okay, so go ahead and unlock. We can rebuild the cows. If the cows are absolutely necessary, we can rebuild them like this. We should check that just to be sure while we're starting. You rat bastard, I had it. Not sure, mean. Fuck. Well, don't activate it, whatever you do. You need to aim the camera here. Okay, go ahead and pin that. Okay, so the target angle right here is 2.1. We added this to this cal up here. Value negative 2.1 starting, and it needs to rotate positive, I would expect. Like that. Okay, go ahead and play. Start to play that. Wrong way. Okay. Bring it the opposite way, like this. Now play. There we go. Yeah, we already figured all this out. We had it all programmed and everything shipshape. Now we get to do it all on the fly because the damn game botched it all. Oh, stop it. Stop, 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 stop. It's too far. Bring it back a little bit. Okay, right there. Right there is good. Leave it there. And that's the servo. We want to go ahead and lock it again. Alright, fantastic. Part 1, open the nose, complete. Part 2, we need to unlock the payload and push the payload. And for that, we absolutely have to have... We have to have these cows do that. So, aim the camera back here, and let's rebuild these cows. Yeah, it was a pretty decent spot right there. Well, here we go. Okay, aim the camera at the piston. There. Now we should be able to get a glimpse of this whole works. Okay, so what we need here is the payload lock. Open up the editor for the payload lock and action groups. Now we want this. Oop, okay, it re-clicked. Okay, go ahead and grab that. And we're looking to toggle lock. This one here, toggle lock, and the aft one, toggle lock. Okay, and then add the point at about a second. And copy. Pasta. Pasta. Alright, the payload lock is reprogrammed. Close that. And close that. Something just jogged. Like, I don't know what that was about. We are sliding a little bit. Go ahead and cancel the slide. This generally works for killing the slide. Okay, now we need the payload push. So open up the payload push cal so that we can reprogram that. And this needs to be target extension. Target extension and target extension. And it should be from 0 to Maximo. Copy. Pasta. Pasta. Close. And close. Alright, there we go. The payload cows are rebuilt and should be good to go. So, next thing up is the servos for the trolley, the payload trolley. Okay, go ahead and extend those over to 90 degrees. And get ready for the payload unlock. Okay, that should be close enough. Alright, payload unlock. Hit it. Alright, looks like it did unlock properly. Goody gumdrops. Payload push. Go. Come on, push, work. It's coming out. Looks as though it's working. Awesome. Out she comes! So far, so good. Dude, this is epic. This is freaking epic. CyberGod, what's going on today? Well, we're currently in live mode. Uh-oh. And we're experiencing problems. Oh no. This is terrible news. I don't see any Krakeny stuff going on here. But the payload is not all the way out the door. It should be at this point. What happened? Oh, this is bad news. Yeah, I'm not seeing any, like, things pushing super hard back here. It's just like it's stopped. See the two. Come on, game, don't do this. Oh, here we go. There's your Hitler. These are locked. Okay, so the very aft ones did not get unlocked. So, here's what we're going to do. If we can... I don't know if this is going to work. This could be a real big problem if this doesn't work. You know what we should do? Yeah, instead of doing something crazy like that, we're going to push the payload back into the payload bay. Pull it back. Put it back. That's pretty cool, actually. That's really satisfying to see the payload going into the hold like that. That's super cool. Super cool. Can't deny how utterly epic that is. Okay, so the payload's all back inside the payload bay. What we want to do is get this one... Yeah, that one set of pistons and unlock it right here. Okay. They should be all unlocked now, hopefully. And now... push out. And they should be... pushing uniform with all the rest of them the way that they originally should have worked. So far, so good. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Alright, the back trolley wheels are exposed. We can twist them down. Alright, it worked this time. We got it all the way out. Beautiful. Alright, let her go. Okay, and bring that... Oh, it's up right up here, okay. Reverse the direction on the payload push and bring that back into the payload bay and get it locked. Beautiful. Okay, go ahead and set this thing more or less on the ground and rotate it on over to the rover wheels. Like such. Down just a bit. There you go. That ought to help us drive it. Nice. Well, thanks for the criticism. I'm glad you like it. I think it's pretty cool. Having a lot of fun with this project. It is rather bitchin'. Yeah, go ahead and bring this just... Which way's the ocean, anyway? Ah, okay. So it's just over the horizon over there. Yeah, go ahead and put the payload down a little bit further here, away from that Learjet. Okay, go ahead and put the brakes on here. As soon as it stops, we'll set it down. About like that. Okay, we are ready to set down the payload. Let's do it. Let go. Alright. Brakes off. Now be very careful about negotiating the trolley out of the way. Do not hit that radiator. So very, very carefully. Very, very gently, patiently. Oop, no. Come on, man. Losing your control. Okay, go ahead and stop right there. Turn. Alright, back up. Almost around it. And here we go. This will definitely get us around it. Alright, there it is. The payload is free of the trolley, and now we can take this trolley out to dump it into the ocean like we did the last one. Which I believe we're going the right direction, right? Actually, more this way. If we're really savvy, we could raise this back up and attempt to put it back inside, but like relocking the pistons after the fact I feel that would be precarious against the weight, trying to fly it back. If we had rails on the inside, like if we could rely on some sort of rail system, then I would do that, but in its current state, it's just I'm not gonna risk the model just for a piece of the model. You know what I mean? A very insignificant piece of the model. Not even a cosmetic. Not even cosmetic value at all. But this little trolley does work. I mean, let's give it at least that much credit as it rolls to its demise. That this little doohickey that we have here, it makes it happen, man. It couldn't happen without this thing. We love you. Salute. We love you, but we gotta dump you in the ocean. It's kind of how my third marriage ended. So I love you, baby, but I gotta dump you in the ocean. Not really. Not really. I was just a joke. Relax. I didn't dump anybody in the ocean. Damn, I don't remember this taking this long. Drive, doohickey, drive! How far away are we? Man. Seven meters a second. Thank goodness it's only a one-way trip. As we approach the high-definition coast. Yeah. Very high-definition coastline right here. Come on, we're almost there. Approaching the cliffs of oblivion. I expect the crab fishing would probably be pretty good over here, wouldn't it? Alright, we're approaching the cliffs where we're gonna dump the trolley off into the Arctic Ocean, where it will sink. It will sink into the ocean. I emphasize that it will, because it absolutely will, regardless of whether or not these parts think they're going to sink. It's going to sink. So here we go. Over the edge, Geronimo! Oh, no, not like this. Not like this. There we go. Geronimo! Nice. Alright, and like I said, it will sink. By that I mean it will sink. Regardless of whether or not the game thinks it will or not. Oh, hey. Alright, now that piece is actually sinking properly. Well, break it anyway. No target. There we go. The trolley has sunk to its demise. And yeah, we want to actually just go to the tracking station, actually. And then we can come back to our outpost and get back to work. Or we can finally attach two of our modules together, and we have the tools in order to remove the landing gear off of the one piece and expose its doors so people can get into it. And there you go. We'll be sheltered and fed. Sheltered and fed. Okay, so let's go back up here. Fly, pelican, fly. Control surfaces to make snow shields. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, it can be done. It's we've very lightly touched on it on another outpost. Not one in this playthrough, actually. It was our previous playthrough. We had fiddled with a little bit of stuff like that, I believe, on Drez. Okay, so here's one part. Yeah, here's the one that just got delivered. Okay, now how do we want this, how do we want to dock this? Oh. Our gear is not... It's kinda... It's a little bit cranky. Just a little bit in the back here. Yeah, it would make sense to go ahead and install this one just fore aft. Like the easiest way possible. Unless we set this piece down. And then when we could do it either way, actually. Turn this thing sideways like this. Now hold the phone a second here. The habitation module, the doors on that and the doors on this. Show me how the doors are gonna open up on that habitation module. So the door is on this side. Yeah, we should flip that around so that that gap will let us get in the door. And this door is actually kind of screwed too. We should have flipped this module around the opposite way. That way, when this thing was open, the door would be facing out here and we could actually get into it, but we made a mistake. We put the door in there. That was a big mistake. Should have flipped it around. But we've got one door on the whole rig here, so that's really all that we need. This could have been better. But yeah. Flip this the other way around. If it's straight, then you wouldn't have to worry about it, right? I mean, yeah, that's true too. It'd actually be best if it was straight. Okay, fine. We're gonna go ahead and just dock it straight. I see all the good things pointing that direction, so let's do it. Up, 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 whoa, whoa. Wrangle that thing, man. coming. We'll get there, we'll get there. Come on. Okay, this is looking pretty good right here. Come on, man. Okay. This is looking good. Looking good, looking good, and gear down. Oh, it's so close. Can we actually get it with the magnetism? Damn, look at that. Alright, gear back up. Or gear down, rather. Maybe just a little bit forward. Now gear up. There it is. Docked. Installed, baby.
Ignition sequence start.
Cheers. There it is. The Arctic base is started. That's weird, that little kind of stutter that happens when we retract those. In the event, we're all good to go here. We need some people. I need a person out here with skills and a screwdriver. Is this... This isn't the right one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so... Pumpkin seed. Pumpkin seed. Out you go. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I say remove neck ring. Come on now. Okay. Yeah. That 747 looks so cool. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Okay, and now he might have a little bit of a problem I'm seeing here. How far away from this can we get before we close it? We can probably get this one in there. We're gonna have to walk some pieces around. Okay, there's one. Can I reach the other side from here? Oh wait, that's not gonna do. That won't do. She's not the container. Far away from the container. Come on now. Right there. Too far away. Damn it! Come on, we can get there. It's close, man. Okay, we got it. Yeah. Alright. 2 pieces off of the hab. And those are the important ones too. Like that opens up the door. But we're gonna run out of space here like super fast. We may be actually already out of space. So getting rid of the rest of these, we're gonna have to come up with some plan, like just a little shopping cart that we can throw all this junk in and then wheel it over to into the ocean to throw it away or something. But for the time being, go ahead and grab this. In the VAB, you can't hook onto this thing radially, but here it would appear you can. Oh no, never mind. It's red, of course. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'll buy that. But we can hook on to the front of this to just store stuff if we want to. So put this cube awk like right here. For example, to get it out of the way. Alright, now the door to the hab is free. Can I kind of just like bolt these to this? Nah, didn't think so. We could if there was a cube awk on it. So maybe if we utilize one of these other cube awks, or we can just take this off and put it on the ground. And then put it back. Could do that. I mean, it might explode. That's the worry about putting things on the ground. Yeah, walk this one cube awk back. In fact, this is something that we can absolutely just, like, set on the ground and walk like this, because it's really strong, so it won't explode or crack, and it'll just sit there like that. How nice. Okay, and then we walk it over here. Okay. And thus mount it someplace out of the way, because we're gonna have a whole bunch of these things kind of cluttering shit up. Yeah, up top right there, probably the best place to put it for the time being. Okay, now we should be able to take this and node attach it to that cube arc up top, thus exposing its cube arc that we can kind of continue the process over and over and over. Perfect. Grab this and we continue doing this off of the top. Yeah, why not off the top? That's a great spot for it. Get access to it from either side. Grab this. I want it to node off of that. There we go. Okay, and then grab its cube arc. Oh, come on. It's gonna make me walk it. Alright, fine. Actually, escape that and we'll walk over here. We should be able to actually move it up top. Pumpkin seed is just lazy. Okay, and one more set, and I believe the greenhouse is completely clean and ready for deployment. Yeah, we've got this one more. Actually, no, that's on the hab. Yeah, the greenhouse is clean, ready to go. Almost there. The hell? Oh, there we go. And the final cube arc we'll put in the center here. If I can get it over here. Just right there'll do. And now the hab and the greenhouse are clean and ready for deployment. It really burns me that we screwed up the doorway on the greenhouse, like, whatever. It is what it is. Alright, ready for deployment. Uh-oh. What the... That was bizarre. The whole thing slid. Yeah, this is the sliding issue that happens. I'm shocked. How the hell could it possibly be sliding out here? It's like so flat. So perfectly flat. Come on, man. I mean, come on. Pumpkin seed out of the way. This thing gonna freak out and slip around. Smack our Kerbal or something weird. Alright, let's do it. Deploy. And greenhouse, deploy. I feel after we deployed it that it settled a little bit better. I hope, anyway. Alright. Lights on. Lights on. And Pumpkin Seed can be the first one to enter this new housing unit. Housing? Yeah, nice, dude. Sweet. Cheers. The new digs. Freaking sweet. And we're already set up with a cooling unit for the drills when that module comes out. We've got 3 docking ports open, ready for it. We would still need to kind of tear some stuff apart, but we'll worry about that when we've got the module out here. So is there anybody else, one of these 747s that wants to come and live in the habitation module for the time being? Everybody's welcome. Anybody's welcome. Frankfurter. Okay, and is there... it's just one, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, now we need a car. Or actually, even better yet, since this is an airport and we've got a really nice tug, we need to figure a way to fly that little tug out here. That would be great. Drive that around. Use it to taxi vehicles and whatnot. Should be pretty sweet. Okay, who else do we got here? I think we got enough room for one more Kerbal, perhaps. Reality and surprise. Engineer and a scientist. Who the hell's... Well, I guess we'll have to figure out what's going down when we decide to fly these guys back, because neither one of these guys is a pilot. How about Reality? Reality can stay here. She's a scientist. We've already got an engineer. So Reality, go ahead and transfer you out the door. Yeah, it's starting to look like an airport out here. You know, it'd be really cool, but it would certainly take a lot of prep. But I'm down with a lot of prep because I'm having a lot of fun out here. But a gate arm that could come out and actually connect to the port side of the aircraft, and people could get on it that way, like an actual passenger carrier. Need a snowmobile, yeah, no doubt. Snowmobile would be pretty cool. That would actually be totally something that I would like to, as part of like an accessories tools kind of shipment out here. That's a real good one. A snowmobile. Snowmobile would be dope. The tug and a snowmobile and maybe, well, I don't know, something to clean up this garbage. Maybe something nice to clean up this garbage with. I can't think of anything offhand. But we'll wait to extend this radiator system since we don't actually need it yet. We'll only need it once the ISRU is here. So we'll just go ahead and leave it undeployed. Monco 999. How's it going, man? Hello, hello.
G'day, cobber.
There are storage containers. No, there's one, and we're used. I mean, it's got 2 pieces of gear in it. I don't think there's much room left. In fact, well, it's got supposedly like 2,000, just under 2,000 liters of volume left, which is quite a lot. But yeah. We've only got the one cabinet, the one storage unit. That's all we have so far. Can I get a... no, only remove from symmetry. Oh, damn. Go ahead and put some auto struttage between this stuff and see if that's worth a damn. I just realized we've got room for more people because, yeah, we need to transfer crew into the reality. Go ahead and transfer reality into the greenhouse to start making potatoes, start growing potatoes. And I think with that, we should have one more Kerbal in the... Is it this Boeing? Yeah, here we go. Surprise. Perfect. And we can get the whole crew. Got enough room for the whole crew. Perfect. Gonna be all cozy in there. Hell yeah. It sucks, would certainly suck having to live in your airplane for several days. It wouldn't be any kind of fun. They've got their own rooms, their own mattresses, and a tomato farm. There we go. Sweet. Much rejoicing.
And there was much rejoicing.
What you doing in here? Boy, this room is pretty cramped. But of course, these things are designed for space travel, essentially. So it makes sense that they would be pretty cramped. Space is limited. Yeah, that's awesome. That is so totally awesome. Wish we could walk inside the modules. Oh, I know. I know, dude. Or float around inside. Oh, man. That would be so utterly immersive. Yeah, it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame you can't do that. I agree. Alright, my dudes, well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right here for this afternoon, but don't go anywhere, as we're going to go ahead and host up another Kerbal player. Drop in on an old buddy and say hi, and encourage you guys to follow them. Click the follow button on us, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter. The links are down below. Appreciate all the support, and we will probably be back a little bit later on. I just need to get some grub and play some first-person shooters for just a little bit, and later on tonight we will probably be back to continue on with some more plane shenanigans. Maybe this outpost, maybe some SpaceX stuff. We've got all kinds of crap going on, so yeah, I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and hope to catch up with you guys for more Kerbal Space Program next time. Until then, stay cool, stay away from the voodoo. Have a good night, guys.